I was never the kind of person who got scared easily. I grew up hiking, fishing, and camping with my dad all over the state, from pine forests in the north to the rocky canyons down south. I knew how to build a fire in the rain, how to clean a wound in the field, and how to handle myself around wildlife. I wasn't invincible, but I was careful, and I knew how to stay calm even when things went sideways. That's probably why I didn't take it seriously when a coworker warned me about that stretch of forest near Broken Lake. He told me people got lost there sometimes, said there were old stories about missing hikers, strange tracks, abandoned tents found with everything still inside but no sign of the campers. I just laughed. I thought it was the kind of spooky tale people like to share to make the woods feel a little more wild. Every forest has its share of myths. I had a long weekend off and needed some space to clear my head. Work had been grinding me down lately, and my girlfriend and I had just gone through a bad breakup. I didn't want to be near anyone. I packed light, brought my smaller tent, a few days worth of food, my sleeping bag, tools, and a rifle, just in case I ran into something big. I also brought my trail GPS, an old compass, and a topo map I had printed out years ago. I wasn't planning on getting lost. I parked my truck about 5 miles from the tree line, along a dirt road I had driven down many times before. There wasn't much traffic out there, just the occasional hunter or backpacker. I locked up my gear, slipped on my pack, and started walking. The sky was clear, the air was dry, and the woods were still, just the way I liked it. By early evening, I'd found a decent flat spot near a small creek. The water was cold and clean. I set up my tent, stacked a few rocks into a fire ring, and got a fire going with some dry pine I gathered nearby. I cooked a bit of jerky in a small tin cup with some broth, ate slowly while the last bit of light drained out of the trees, and then lay down with my back against my pack, staring up through the canopy. It was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. That was the first thing that stuck with me. Normally, you hear a lot at night in the woods. Crickets, owls, the rustle of small animals, but it was just dead silent. I brushed it off at the time. Some nights are like that. I woke up once in the night. No reason. Just one of those sudden, wide-awake moments where your brain decides it's time to scan your surroundings. I listened. Still silent. No wind, no insects, not even water moving in the creek. I sat up and looked around. Nothing. No glow of eyes, no tracks near the tent, no odd smells. I pissed behind a tree and went back to sleep. The next day, I walked upstream for a few hours, looking for trout and exploring. The creek wound through a narrow canyon for a while, and I had to climb up and over some old rockfalls to follow it. I saw a few deer, some old bear scat, and what looked like mountain lion tracks, but they were days old. No real signs of people, though. No wrappers, no cigarette butts, no boot prints. I liked that. Felt like I was truly alone out there. Around mid-afternoon, I got back to camp. Everything was the way I left it. I ate again, built a fire, and whittled a little bit with a pocket knife while the sun went down. I tried not to think too much. Tried not to let my mind drift toward all the things I'd been trying to avoid. That was the whole point of being out there. Just me, the woods, and the quiet. But that night, something changed. I'd fallen asleep just like the night before. Fire mostly burned out. Nothing around me but dark trees and stars. But something woke me up again. Not like the first night. This time, it wasn't a random jolt of awareness. I woke up because I heard something. It was subtle at first. Not footsteps. More like something moving through the brush. Slow and soft. I stayed completely still. My first thought was deer. Then maybe a bear. But it didn't sound like an animal. Animals crash around more or they move smoothly. This was uneven. Stop-start. Cautious. I slowly reached for the rifle next to me. I didn't want to shine my flashlight right away. I just listened. Whatever it was just outside the circle of trees that surrounded my tent, pacing in wide arcs. Then it stopped. I couldn't hear it breathing. Couldn't hear any twigs snapping anymore. Just that same heavy silence. I stayed up for hours after that, staring into the black spaces between the trees. I finally fell asleep just before dawn, exhausted. In the morning, I checked around the camp. There were no prints, no broken branches, but I know I heard something. I kept telling myself it was an animal, probably a raccoon or a bobcat, but it didn't sit right. Still, I wasn't ready to pack up. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I was just jumpy because of the silence, the isolation. I spent that third day close to camp, gathered more firewood, cleaned my gear, refilled my water, tried to keep my mind busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed out there. The quiet didn't feel peaceful anymore, felt heavy, like the trees were watching. That night, I stoked the fire bigger than usual. I kept my rifle across my lap. I didn't sleep, not even for a second. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Same slow movement through the brush. This time, it came closer. I didn't move. I just waited. Whatever it was walking upright. I could hear the pattern of it now: 2 steps, pause, 1 step, pause. It stopped about 10 feet outside the light of the fire, behind my tent. Then nothing. Dead still. I snapped my flashlight on and spun around. Nothing there. Just trees. I circled the camp with the light, checked every shadow. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I made the decision to leave. Something was wrong. I didn't have proof. I didn't have a photo or a footprint or a recording, but I trusted my instincts. Something or someone was out there, watching me. I packed fast and hit the trail before noon. But not even 2 miles in, I knew I wasn't alone. I heard movement behind me, just far enough back that I couldn't see anything, but close enough that I knew it was there. I stopped every half mile to check. I listened, I waited, and every time it would stop too. At one point, I climbed a ridge to get a better view of the trail behind me. I stayed low, watched for nearly an hour, and then I saw something move between the trees. A figure, tall, upright, slow. No gear, no pack, no bright clothes. Just a dark shape moving from tree to tree, always keeping me in view. That's when my fear turned to something else. Not just fear, not just unease. I realized I wasn't being stalked by an animal. I was being followed by a person. I don't know if they had been watching me the whole time. I don't know if they just stumbled across me and decided to follow. But I knew one thing. They weren't just passing through. They were waiting for something. I started moving faster. I didn't stop to eat or rest. I hiked until my legs burned and my feet ached. I kept my rifle ready, safety off. I checked behind me every few minutes. I never saw the person again that day, but I knew they were there. I could feel them. As night started falling, I made a tough decision. I knew I couldn't hike all night, not safely, but I also couldn't set up camp where I'd be an easy target. So I found a thick patch of rocks and trees, climbed about 15 feet up onto a narrow ledge, and curled up there with my rifle across my chest. I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook. I didn't sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard movement below me, slow steps on dry leaves, then breathing, heavy, close breathing. I held my breath and stayed perfectly still. The sound stopped after a few minutes, then silence again. When the sun finally came up, I climbed down and started moving again. My legs were stiff. My hands were shaking. I barely had any water left, but I kept going. Around noon, I finally reached the edge of the forest near where I'd left my truck. I could see the glint of the windshield through the trees. I stopped and waited for a while. I listened. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anyone. I ran the last 100 yards, got the door open, threw my pack in, and peeled out down the dirt road, tires kicking up dust behind me. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I didn't go to the police. What was I going to say? That someone followed me in the woods for 3 days without ever speaking, without ever showing their face? That they watched me, breathed near me, paced around my camp at night? It all sounded insane. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I know it was real. I haven't been back to Broken Lake since then. I don't think I ever will. I still go camping, still hike, but I stay near well-used trails now. I camp in places where I can hear road noise at night, where I see other people during the day. I don't go deep anymore, because out there, somewhere, there's a person who likes to follow strangers through the woods, who watches from the trees, who never makes a sound, and I don't want to find out what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. It was the middle of June when I finally decided to take the solo camping trip I had been planning for months. I had just turned 30, and life had started to feel tight around the edges. Same job every day, same faces, same commutes, same routines. I wasn't trying to run away from anything. I just wanted to remind myself what quiet felt like. No phone, no email, no traffic, no people. Just me, some gear, and the woods. I picked a remote spot in northern Idaho. I found it from a blog written by a guy who hiked out there a few years ago. It wasn't an official campground, more like a clearing a few miles off a service road that cuts deep through the forest. It was perfect, far enough from any town, and not a popular trail, so I'd likely be alone. The guy who wrote about it had said you had to park your car at a gated fire road and then hike in 5 miles with your stuff. But the place was supposed to be peaceful and quiet, tucked next to a small lake. I liked the sound of it. I got everything ready the week before. I double-checked my pack, made sure I had enough food and water filtration gear, extra batteries, a satellite beacon, just in case, and a map printed out with compass points marked. I've done a decent amount of backcountry hiking, so I wasn't new to this kind of thing. But this would be my longest time alone. 4 days and 3 nights with no one else around. I left on a Thursday morning and reached the fire road around noon. The last part of the drive was rough with big rocks and narrow turns. I parked where the gate was locked and got out, stretching my legs and taking in the silence. No cars, no signs of people. Just pine trees and the soft whir of bugs in the heat. The hike in was harder than I expected. The path wasn't well maintained. Some of it had faded completely, so I had to keep checking the map and compass every half hour to make sure I hadn't wandered off. The weight of the pack dug into my shoulders after a few hours, and I was sweating hard by the time I saw the lake. It was small, maybe the size of a football field, with dark green water and tall grass around the edge. Trees grew thick on all sides except for the clearing, which looked exactly like the photos. Flat ground with a few large rocks, plenty of space for a tent, and a view of the water through the trees. I dropped my pack, caught my breath, and set up camp. The first night was calm. I boiled some water, made a dehydrated meal, and ate while watching the sun drop behind the trees. The air turned cool fast. I zipped myself into the tent around 9 p.m., read a bit by headlamp, then turned it off and lay in the dark listening to the crickets. I didn't sleep much. Something about the total silence out there made my ears tune in to every little crack and rustle. I told myself it was just animals moving around, maybe squirrels or raccoons. The next morning, I woke up stiff and sore but feeling good. I boiled coffee, walked along the edge of the lake, and then hiked a few miles further past the clearing just to explore. I didn't see a single person, no other campsites, not even any trash or old fire rings. It felt like I was the only human who had been there in years. Around mid-afternoon, clouds started rolling in, and the wind picked up, so I made my way back to camp. It started raining lightly around 6 p.m. and didn't stop all night. Not a heavy rain, but steady enough to drum on the tent and keep the ground wet. I stayed inside most of the evening, only coming out once to relieve myself. Even in the rain, the woods felt still, like they were holding their breath. The next morning, I noticed something odd. About 20 feet from my tent, a small section of grass looked trampled. Not flattened like from a big animal, but like someone had stepped there a few times, pacing or turning in place. The grass was pressed down in an uneven circle, maybe 4 or 5 feet across. I stared at it for a while, trying to remember if I had walked there. I hadn't. I was sure. I always stepped on the same patch of dirt between the tent and the fire pit. This was off to the left, closer to the tree line. I crouched down and looked closer. The prints weren't clear enough to tell if they were shoes or boots. Just the crushed, wet grass. No broken branches, no deep tracks in the soil. Just the circle. It bugged me, but I told myself maybe a deer had wandered close during the night. Maybe it circled a few times, smelled the tent, then left. I didn't want to spook myself over nothing. Still, I felt unsettled the rest of the day. Every time I looked into the woods, I felt like something was there, even though I couldn't see anything. No movement, no sounds, just that feeling you get when you know something's watching. That night, I had trouble sleeping again. I kept the rain fly off the tent so I could see out through the mesh. The moon was bright enough to cast soft shadows through the trees, but I couldn't make out much. I lay there for what felt like hours, not sure if I was waiting for something or just letting my mind mess with me. Then I heard it, just after midnight. A soft snap like a twig breaking under pressure. Then another one, closer. I held my breath, every muscle tense. I grabbed the flashlight but didn't turn it on. The sound stopped. I waited, listening hard. A few minutes later, another soft crack, this time off to the right. I stayed still for almost an hour, trying to hear more, but nothing else came. Finally, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, it was morning. When I stepped outside the tent, I saw more trampled grass, 2 spots this time. One was about 10 feet from the first spot I noticed, and the other was behind the tent. Same kind of pattern, rough circle, flattened grass, no sharp prints. I checked the trees nearby but didn't see anything unusual. I walked a few hundred feet in both directions, looking for more signs, but found nothing. I felt a tightness in my stomach I couldn't shake. It wasn't just nerves. Something was off. I thought about packing up early, but I had one more night left, and I didn't want to give in to fear. I told myself it was probably an animal again, maybe even something curious like a black bear. I had bear spray. I had a knife. I had a beacon. I'd be fine. But that last night was different. I built a bigger fire and stayed up later trying to calm myself. I ate slowly, double-checked my gear, then sat with my back against a rock, watching the dark. I stayed like that until almost 1 a.m. when the fire had burned down to coals. I didn't hear anything at all. No twigs snapping, no movement, just the breeze. I finally crawled into the tent and lay there, staring at the mesh ceiling. I was so tired I felt dizzy, but I couldn't fall asleep. Around 2 a.m., I must have drifted off, because I woke up to a faint rustling sound. It was close. I could hear leaves moving, like someone was walking slow and careful. I reached for the flashlight again and flicked it on. I didn't see anything through the mesh, but the noise stopped. I waited. Then I heard something click. A short, sharp sound, like metal tapping metal. Then it came again. Click, then click-clack. It was maybe 20 feet away, near the spot where the grass had been trampled before. I sat up slowly and unzipped the mesh, holding the flashlight steady. I swept the beam across the trees, the grass, the rocks. Nothing, just the quiet glow of the fire's last embers and the woods beyond. Then I saw it barely, a shape moving behind one of the trees, just a shift in the shadows. My heart jumped into my throat. I held the light there, but nothing moved again. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting cross-legged in the tent with the flashlight in my lap and the knife beside me. When the sun finally came up, I stepped out slowly and looked around. I nearly dropped the flashlight when I saw what was next to the fire pit. There were 3 small metal nails stuck into the ground in a neat line, pointing toward my tent. Ordinary nails, like for wood, but clean and new. They hadn't been there the night before. I checked all my gear. None of my supplies used nails like that. I never brought any. I hadn't seen any around the campsite either. They were placed too neatly to be random. Something was wrong. Someone had been there, maybe more than once, watching, moving at night, leaving things behind. And I never saw a face, never heard a voice. I packed up in record time. I didn't even bother eating breakfast. I just crammed everything into the pack, tore down the tent, and started hiking. I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes, expecting to see someone behind me, but I never did. The hike out felt longer than before. I was jumpy, alert to every sound. Every bird flap or tree creak made me stop and turn around. I reached my car just before noon, covered in sweat and completely drained. I started the engine and didn't even bother taking off my pack. I drove until I reached a small gas station about an hour away. I parked and sat there for a while, just breathing. That night, I slept in a motel with the blinds closed and a chair propped against the door. I never reported it. I didn't know what I'd even say. There was no crime, technically, no proof, just some flattened grass and 3 nails. But I know what I felt out there. I wasn't alone, not after the first night. Someone else was out there and they knew where I was. They came close enough to leave something. They moved quiet. They stayed out of sight. That takes practice. that takes intent. I've camped a lot in my life. Lots of places, different seasons, alone and with friends. Usually, I find it peaceful. The quiet of the forest or the wilderness has always been something I looked forward to. But there was one trip that changed how I see camping, how I see being alone in the wild, and I still think about it sometimes, years later. It's the kind of experience that sticks with you because it's not just about being scared for a moment, but about realizing how fragile you are out there and how much you don't control, no matter how prepared you think you are. I had been planning this trip for months. I wanted to test myself, so I decided to go solo in a national forest that wasn't as popular as some other spots but was known for its rugged beauty and remoteness. No cell service, no trails marked well, just wilderness. I had done some research, packed well, tent, sleeping bag rated for the expected temperatures, enough food, water purification tablets, a good knife, a small stove, some basic first aid. I carried a map and compass, and I knew how to use them. I left word with a friend about where I was going and when I planned to return. I was careful, maybe even a little too careful. The forest was dense and old-growth mostly. Huge pines and firs, moss growing thick on fallen logs. The ground soft with pine needles and dead leaves. It was late September, early fall, so the days were cooling fast and the nights cold. The air smelled like earth and pine resin. I arrived in the late afternoon and picked a spot near a small creek. It was perfect. Sheltered a little from the wind by a stand of trees, flat ground, enough dry wood around for a fire. Setting up the tent took longer than I thought, partly because I wanted it just right. The poles had to be tight, the rain fly secured, even though the weather report said clear skies. I'm someone who likes to be prepared for everything. After the tent was up, I gathered wood. I made a fire pit with stones and stacked kindling carefully. I knew that a fire wasn't just for warmth and cooking. It was a comfort, a line of defense. The crackling flames felt alive, made the shadows dance. As night fell, the forest grew darker, and sounds came alive. The creek babbled steadily. I could hear the distant call of an owl and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was peaceful but alive, and I was happy to be alone like that. I cooked some simple food, dehydrated pasta, some nuts, dried fruit, and ate slowly, feeling the cold air on my face. The stars were bright above, clearer than I had seen in the city. I laid back and watched the sky, the fire warm beside me. I felt calm, even content. After I cleaned up, I went inside the tent and zipped it closed. I checked my gear, made sure everything was where it should be. Then I lay down and pulled the sleeping bag over me. That's when things started to feel off. I heard a noise outside the tent. It was subtle at first, a soft crunch, like something stepping on dry leaves or twigs. I froze, listening hard. The sound came again, slow and careful, almost deliberate. It wasn't the usual rustling of small animals or the wind. It was heavier, slower, closer. I didn't move. My heart started to beat faster. I didn't want to look out, didn't want to know, but I couldn't ignore the sound. Then something brushed against the outside of the tent, light but definite. My mind raced through possibilities. A deer? Maybe a raccoon? But the steps were too big, too heavy for a small animal. And the brush felt like a hand or something large. I stayed very still and quiet. The noises stopped after a minute or two. I waited, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was just an animal curious about the tent, or maybe a branch falling in the wind. I tried to relax and go to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Later, I heard more noises. Footsteps moving around the perimeter of the campsite, sometimes slow, sometimes faster. I couldn't see anything, but I heard twigs snapping, leaves rustling, something heavy shifting through the brush. The sounds weren't consistent or constant, but came and went, making me tense and alert every time. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but I knew it was dark and cold. I wasn't sure if the person or animal outside meant harm, but the unknown was worse. I told myself to stay calm, stay inside, wait for morning. The next day, I packed up and started hiking back to the trailhead. I didn't want to linger. As I walked, I noticed something strange on the ground near my campsite, a footprint. It was large, maybe 11 or 12 inches long, and it wasn't from any animal I knew. The print was clear, like from a heavy boot. The tread was rough with deep lines. It wasn't like a hiker's boot sole. This was something different, rougher. I looked around carefully. There were other prints, some leading in a circle around where I had camped, others heading into the forest. I didn't see anyone or hear anything else that day, but I felt uneasy. The forest felt less safe, like someone had been there watching, waiting. I kept hiking, going fast but careful. The trail was rough and rocky, and after a few hours I reached a ranger station at the edge of the forest. I told the ranger what I had found, the prints, the noises at night. He didn't seem surprised. He explained that the area had been used by illegal hunters or poachers, and sometimes they camped or moved through in the middle of the night. They were dangerous, especially if they thought someone was snooping around. He said the forest rangers were trying to catch them, but it was hard because they moved quietly and knew the woods well. I realized then how lucky I had been not to run into them directly, how careful I had been to stay quiet and avoid attention. I thanked the ranger and left the forest that day with a new respect for how wild places aren't just empty spaces. They can be dangerous in ways you don't expect, not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of people who don't respect the rules or the land. Years later, I still think about that night, the sounds outside my tent, the heavy footprints in the dirt. It was a reminder that being alone in the wild means trusting your instincts and understanding you are never completely safe. The forest holds secrets, and sometimes those secrets are just other humans, and that can be the scariest thing of all. I set out on that camping trip with nothing but a small backpack, a sturdy tent, some food, water, a flashlight, and a basic first aid kit. It was supposed to be a solo trip, a way to get away from the noise of the city, to clear my head. I had planned it carefully. The spot was deep in the forest, not too far from a river, known for its peaceful trails and clear air. No cell service, no distractions, just me and the woods. The day was clear when I arrived. The sun was warm. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. I found a small clearing near the riverbank where the grass was soft and the ground seemed level enough for my tent. I set it up quickly, hammering the stakes deep into the soil. The sound of the river running was steady and calming. The sun began to drop, sending golden light through the leaves. After setting up, I gathered some dry wood for a campfire. I was careful to find wood that wouldn't create too much smoke, and soon the fire was crackling. The smell of burning pine filled the air. I cooked some dehydrated food I had brought. Nothing fancy, but it filled me up. I drank some water, watching the flames dance, listening to the forest sounds. As the sky darkened, the forest noises changed. Birds quieted, and insects chirped loudly, almost as if announcing the arrival of night. The wind rustled the leaves softly, but there was an undercurrent of something else, something faint but different. I tried not to think much about it. Camping alone was supposed to be peaceful. I had done it before, but this night felt different from the start. After putting out the fire and crawling into my tent, I zipped the door shut and lay on my sleeping pad. The fabric was thin, and I could hear the wind moving through the trees. For a while, I lay awake, eyes open, listening. The forest was alive with quiet sounds. The occasional snap of a twig, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an animal I couldn't identify. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke suddenly, the temperature inside the tent noticeably colder than before. My breath came out in small puffs of mist inside the tent. I had not expected it to get this cold so quickly. I fumbled for my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam piercing the darkness. Outside, the forest was still. The river's steady rush had gone silent, or maybe my ears were tricking me. I sat up slowly, careful not to make noise. Something was wrong. I unzipped the tent flap just a little and peeked outside. The fire pit was cold, the ground dark and damp from an unexpected mist creeping low over the earth. The trees stood like silent giants, their trunks black against the moonlight. Then I heard it, a faint crunching noise coming from the underbrush about 30 feet from where I was. The sound was subtle but unmistakable. Something was moving there, something large. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I turned on my flashlight and aimed it toward the sound, sweeping the beam slowly across the bushes and trees. Nothing moved. No eyes shone back at me. No shapes were visible beyond the shadows. My heart started to beat faster. I told myself it could be a deer or some other wild animal passing by, but something in the silence made my skin crawl. The forest felt different now, like it was watching me. I zipped the tent back up and tried to calm down. I checked my phone, no signal, just as I expected. I was completely alone, cut off from the world. The night stretched on. Every small sound was amplified in the quiet. The snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of a coyote or wolf. I wasn't sure which. The flashlight batteries began to die slowly. I saved them for emergencies. The next morning, I woke to cold air again, my breath visible as I sat up. I went outside to check on my gear and to stretch. The river was back, its rushing sound clear and strong. The sun was just starting to rise through the trees, casting pink light. I collected fresh water from the river using my filter and ate a simple breakfast of nuts and dried fruit. I decided to explore the area a bit, to stretch my legs and take in the woods during daylight. I packed a small day bag with water, some snacks, a map, and my knife. The forest was thick but beautiful. Tall pine trees stretched to the sky, sunlight filtering through the needles. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, pine cones, and patches of moss. Birds flitted from branch to branch. I walked slowly, careful to leave no trace. After a couple of hours, I found a narrow trail I hadn't seen on the map. It looked old, barely maintained, with branches blocking parts of it. Curiosity pushed me forward. The trail wound deeper into the forest, following the rise of a small hill. The trees grew denser here, and the air felt cooler. The sounds of the river faded, replaced by the whisper of the wind in the leaves. I reached the top of the hill and saw a small clearing with an old, abandoned fire ring made of stones. The ground around it was trampled, but no recent footprints were visible. I looked around carefully and found a few rusted cans and scraps of paper scattered nearby, evidence someone had camped here long ago. I took a picture of the clearing with my phone and made a mental note to return. Then I started back down the trail. As I walked back, I noticed something strange. The trail was much quieter than before. The usual sounds of birds and insects were missing. The forest was unnervingly silent. Then I heard the crunching again. This time, the sound was closer, just behind me. I stopped and waited, holding my breath, shining my flashlight behind me. Nothing. I started walking faster, my heart pounding. Every step seemed loud. The crunching followed, matching my pace but never getting closer. When I reached my campsite, I locked the tent flap and checked my gear. The feeling of being watched didn't go away. The forest was too quiet, the shadows too deep. That night, the sounds outside my tent grew strange. There was a faint tapping on a tree near the edge of the clearing. Then something brushed against the side of the tent. I froze, waiting for whatever it was to move away. The tent fabric moved slightly, but the sounds stopped after a few minutes. I tried to sleep but was too alert. I kept imagining eyes watching me from the dark. Around midnight, the sounds grew louder. Heavy footsteps circled the clearing slowly, crunching leaves and breaking twigs. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, but nothing was visible. No eyes, no shapes. I realized I hadn't packed any weapons except a small pocket knife. The idea of something or someone moving around me unsettled me deeply. I sat awake for hours, clutching the knife. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. I packed up camp quickly. I had decided to cut the trip short. As I walked out of the forest, I kept checking behind me. The crunching and footsteps stopped with the light. I reached the trailhead and saw a small ranger station nearby. I told the ranger about the noises and the feeling of being followed. The ranger listened carefully and told me this area was known for occasional encounters with hunters or poachers who sometimes moved stealthily in the woods. Sometimes, they left traps or made noises to scare off hikers. The ranger suggested I report any unusual behavior to the Forest Service, just in case. Looking back, I understood the fear wasn't caused by ghosts or legends, but by real dangers in the wild. People who didn't want others in their territory, the isolation, the vulnerability of being alone in the dark. The trip taught me to respect the forest, but also to be careful and prepared. Nature isn't always peaceful, and the silence can hide real threats. The sun was just starting to dip behind the thick line of pines when I finally pulled off the main road onto the narrow dirt path that led to the campsite. The air had that sharp, clean smell of the forest, the kind that makes your lungs feel like they're filling with pure, cold freshness. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks, planning a solo weekend away from the noise and mess of everyday life. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. The spot I chose was deep in a national forest, far from any crowds or other campers. I wanted to disappear into the woods and breathe without distraction. The dirt road was rough, pocked with ruts from years of rain and use, but manageable. I drove slowly, watching the light fade through the canopy. When the car's headlights finally cut through the darkening underbrush, it felt like stepping into another world. There was no cell phone signal, no hum of distant traffic, just the sounds of the forest beginning to wake up for the night, birds calling, leaves rustling in the breeze, the faint snap of twigs under small animals' feet. I pulled into a small clearing where a fire pit had been cleared and some old logs were set up as makeshift benches. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the smell of damp earth mixed with wood smoke from previous visitors lingered faintly. The campsite was basic, no running water or electricity, but it was perfect. I pulled my gear from the trunk, tent, sleeping bag, stove, and some firewood I had packed. Setting up the tent took longer than I thought, mostly because I kept checking the fading light and listening to the forest sounds. The trees seemed to crowd in close, their thick trunks like silent sentries guarding the quiet. I wanted to make sure my tent was tight and secure before night fell completely. The fabric was cold to the touch, and the stakes sank easily into the soft soil. Once the tent was up, I gathered some dry kindling and arranged the firewood in the pit. It was still warm enough that starting the fire was easy, and soon flames licked upward, throwing orange light onto the trees and the darkening sky. I sat back on one of the logs, my face warm from the fire's heat, and watched the stars begin to appear above the tree line. The Milky Way stretched overhead, a wide, glowing band filled with tiny pinpricks of light. As the night grew darker, the forest sounds changed. The chirping of birds slowed, replaced by the distant hoot of an owl and the occasional rustle from the undergrowth. Small animals moved unseen, the night alive with subtle movement. I felt calm but alert, that strange mix of peace and tension that comes from being alone in the wild. I cooked a simple meal, freeze-dried chili, warmed over the stove, and ate slowly, savoring the quiet and the solitude. Afterward, I cleaned up, packing my trash carefully into a bag to carry out. I didn't want to leave any trace of myself behind. As the fire died down to glowing embers, I pulled out a book but soon found myself distracted by the darkness pressing in from all sides. Eventually, I climbed into my sleeping bag, zipped tight against the chill that had settled in the air. The tent's fabric rustled softly with the breeze. I stared up through the mesh roof, seeing the faint outlines of branches silhouetted against the stars. The night was deep and still, but around midnight, the peace broke. A sharp noise, something heavy breaking or falling, echoed from the woods. My heart jumped. I sat up slowly, listening hard. There was a long pause, then more sounds. Branches snapping, a low crunching noise, like someone or something walking just beyond the edge of the clearing. The sounds moved, circling, close but not visible. I grabbed my flashlight and shone the beam out through the tent's door, sweeping across the trees. The light caught nothing but waving shadows and thick trunks. No sign of an animal or person. I listened again, but the noises had stopped. For a few moments, the forest was utterly silent except for the crackling of the fire's last embers. Trying to calm my racing thoughts, I reminded myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon. Big animals are common here, and sounds can carry strangely at night. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. I had no way to call for help, and the forest felt like it had closed in around me. I decided to put the fire out completely, thinking maybe the light and smoke were drawing attention. The sudden darkness made the woods feel deeper and more alive. I zipped up the tent and lay back down, straining to hear any further noises. Then came the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, just outside the tent. Not running, not rushing, but careful, controlled steps circling the tent's edge. My heart thudded so hard I thought it would burst. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound, listening to the crunch of leaves and twigs right outside. I shone my flashlight again toward the noise, and this time I caught movement. A large figure disappearing behind a tree. I grabbed my pocket knife, the only weapon I had, and unzipped the tent just a crack. Peering out, I saw nothing but the empty clearing. My flashlight beam swept frantically, but there was no sign of anyone. The footsteps stopped, and the forest grew silent again. I debated what to do. Leaving the tent meant risking confrontation. Staying put felt like waiting for something to happen. I tried calling out, but my voice would carry and only invite attention. Instead, I kept the knife close, the flashlight ready, and listened. Hours passed with nothing but silence, the sky beginning to lighten as dawn approached. I finally forced myself to drift into a restless sleep, every noise waking me. Morning was a relief. The sun poured through the trees, birds sang, and the forest looked friendly again. When I emerged, I found something strange near the edge of the clearing. Footprints, big, heavy, and not from any animal I recognized. They circled the fire pit, passed near my tent, and vanished into the trees. The prints were fresh, the soil soft but still cool with morning dew. I looked around for signs of what could have made them. Broken branches, discarded items, anything. But there was nothing except a few scattered pine needles disturbed by the weight. I packed up quickly, not trusting myself to stay longer. The forest had felt safe during the day, but something about those prints and the night sounds told me I had not been alone. I didn't want to stay another minute. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something, standing at the edge of the woods, watching. Days later, I told a park ranger about the footprints. He nodded grimly and said they might belong to a man known locally for stalking the area, someone who avoided the main trails and sometimes scared campers. The ranger recommended reporting any suspicious sounds or sightings, but he also admitted that catching the man had been difficult. The experience left me shaken but also oddly grateful. I had faced real fear that night, something human, something dangerous, and survived. The forest was no fairy tale realm, no ghost story, just wild and unpredictable, with dangers both natural and man-made. I learned to respect that silence and darkness more, to never underestimate the feeling when something unseen moves just beyond your sight. And I learned that sometimes, the scariest stories aren't made up. They're real, waiting quietly in the dark. I've always liked camping. There's something about being out in the wild, away from the noise of the city, the screens, the people, that feels peaceful. It's just you, nature, and the quiet sounds of the forest. I've spent a lot of nights under the stars, sometimes with friends, sometimes alone. But one trip I took changed how I think about camping forever. It was the only time I ever felt real fear, and it wasn't because of animals or storms or anything you'd expect. It was something much more unsettling, something that stayed with me long after I packed up and left the woods. It was early autumn when I decided to take a solo trip to a remote part of the forest not far from my town. I had done my research and found a trail that led deep into the woods, far from the busy campgrounds. The kind of place where few people went, where cell phone signal was weak or non-existent. I liked the idea of being completely alone. No distractions, just me and the forest. I packed my usual gear, a small tent, a sleeping bag, a few days worth of food, water, a basic first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I also brought a map and compass just in case. The drive to the trailhead took about 2 hours. It was a narrow dirt road winding through hills covered in tall pine trees. When I arrived, there was only one other car parked there, and no people in sight. I figured the area was not very popular, especially now that the weather was cooling down. I felt a little thrill knowing I'd have the forest mostly to myself. I started hiking late in the morning. The trail was rough and overgrown in places, with leaves and pine needles covering the ground. The air was crisp and smelled like earth and would smoke from faraway campfires. As I walked deeper into the woods, the trees thickened, blocking out more and more of the sunlight. The sounds of birds and insects filled the air, but after a few hours, those sounds grew quieter, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I found a spot about 6 miles from the trailhead that looked perfect for camping. It was a small clearing surrounded by thick trees on all sides. The ground was soft with moss and dry leaves. There was a small stream nearby, just a trickle of water, but enough for me to refill my bottle. I set up my tent carefully, making sure it was hidden as much as possible by bushes and low branches. I wanted to be low-key, not attract any attention. After setting up, I gathered some firewood and started a small campfire. The flames crackled softly, warming me as the sun began to set. That first night was quiet, peaceful almost. I sat by the fire, eating some canned beans and crackers, watching the flames dance. The forest around me was dark and full of shadows, but I didn't feel afraid, just calm, maybe a little tired from the hike. I crawled into my sleeping bag as the fire burned down to embers, and I fell asleep to the sounds of crickets and the gentle rush of the stream. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought it was just a bad dream or maybe I had to pee. The air outside the tent was cold, and the night was very still. But then I heard it, a low rustling noise coming from the edge of the clearing, near the trees. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, like someone or something was moving slowly but deliberately through the brush. I froze, listening. The noise was different from the usual sounds of the forest. It wasn't an animal like a deer or raccoon. It was heavier, slower. It was the sound of something big stepping on branches and dry leaves, careful but steady. My heart started pounding. I reached for my flashlight, but I was too scared to turn it on. What if whoever or whatever was out there noticed the light? I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably just a wild animal or the wind, but the rustling continued, moving closer to the edge of the clearing, and then stopped. Dead silence followed for what felt like minutes. The silence was worse than the noise. I didn't breathe for a long time, afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, something slammed against the side of my tent. It wasn't a soft touch or a gentle bump. It was a hard, heavy hit that shook the tent and knocked me off my sleeping bag. I scrambled to my feet, heart in my throat, and grabbed my flashlight. I switched it on and pointed it outside. The beam cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing, just the empty clearing and the thick shadows of the trees. I shouted loudly, hoping to scare away whoever was out there. No response. Then another heavy bang hit the tent, this time twice in quick succession. I grabbed my small pocket knife from my backpack, holding it tightly. I was alone, no one to call for help, no cell signal. I tried to keep calm and think what to do next. Running into the woods at night wasn't a good idea. Maybe if I stayed inside and waited for morning, whoever was out there would leave. The banging stopped. The silence came back. I kept the flashlight pointed out for a while, watching the trees, but nothing moved. After an hour, I finally convinced myself that maybe whoever or whatever was there had left. I was too scared to sleep, so I stayed awake all night, clutching the knife and listening to every sound. When dawn finally broke, I got out of the tent and looked around the clearing. That's when I noticed the deep footprints in the soft earth just outside the tent. They were much bigger than mine, maybe size 13 or bigger, with a thick sole and deep tread. Whoever was out there was definitely human, or at least walking on 2 feet. The prints came from the edge of the trees, crossed right by my tent, and then disappeared back into the woods. There was no sign of animals following them, no broken branches except where the footprints were. It looked like someone had been watching me all night. The next day, I was too shaken to enjoy the woods. I packed quickly and started hiking back the way I came. As I walked, I kept checking behind me, half expecting to see someone following. The trail seemed different somehow. The forest that had felt peaceful and quiet before now felt oppressive and watching. The trees closed in tighter, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead, where my car was parked. I locked the doors and sat inside, heart still racing, trying to calm down. I thought about what had happened and realized how dangerous it could have been. That wasn't an animal. It wasn't a natural sound or the wind. Someone had been out there watching me, maybe waiting for the right moment. But why? What did they want? Was it a hunter? A local who didn't like strangers? Or something else? I didn't stay to find out. I drove home and told no one about the footprints or the banging on the tent. I didn't want people to think I was crazy or had imagined it. But the memory stayed with me. Every time I think about that night, I feel the cold fear of being completely alone but not actually alone. The kind of fear that doesn't come from monsters or ghosts, but from real people, real danger. Since that trip, I've been more careful about where I camp. I always tell someone exactly where I'm going. I carry a whistle, pepper spray, and a fully charged phone with a GPS tracker. I don't trust the forest to be just peaceful and quiet anymore. There are things out there, people out there that don't want you around. And sometimes the scariest things are the ones you can't see, but you know are right outside your tent, waiting. I had always loved camping alone. The quiet, the stars, the feeling of being completely disconnected from everything. No city noise, no internet, no distractions. I liked the way the woods felt raw and untouched, how I had to rely on my own senses and skills. I wasn't new to the woods. I had spent plenty of nights in different forests, always careful, always prepared. But this trip was different. This time I was heading to a part of the state forest I'd never been to before, a remote area that few people visited because it was off the main trails and had no official campsites. I planned to stay for 3 days and 2 nights, just me and my gear. I told a couple of friends where I was going and when I would be back, and I made sure my phone was fully charged even though I knew I probably wouldn't get a signal out there. I packed carefully. A tent, sleeping bag, a stove, enough food and water, a map, a compass, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and extra batteries. I also brought my hunting knife and a small folding saw, tools I trusted. I was confident I could handle whatever the woods threw at me. The drive to the trailhead took about 2 hours, winding through quiet country roads and small towns. When I arrived, the parking lot was almost empty. A few cars were there, but I didn't see any other hikers or campers around. I checked my gear one last time, slung my backpack on, and started down the narrow dirt trail. The air smelled fresh, earthy, with the faint scent of pine needles and wet leaves. The sun was still high, but it was late summer, so the shadows were starting to stretch. The trail was rough and uneven. Roots and rocks jutted out, and parts of it were muddy from a recent rain. I walked steadily, my boots crunching over the dry leaves. Birds called from the treetops, and every so often, I spotted a squirrel darting through the underbrush. I felt good, alive, and ready for the solitude. After about 3 miles, I found a small clearing I liked. It was surrounded by tall pines and hardwoods, with a little brook running nearby. The ground was flat and covered with soft moss and pine needles, perfect for setting up camp. I could hear the gentle sound of water trickling, which I thought would be nice to fall asleep to. There was no sign of other people, no trash or footprints, just untouched nature. I set up my tent carefully, staking it down tight because the weather report had said there might be storms later. I collected some dry wood for a fire, then started the stove to boil water for dinner. As I ate, the sun slipped lower, casting a golden glow through the trees. The forest felt peaceful, almost sacred. After dinner, I built a small campfire and sat near it, watching the flames flicker and listening to the night sounds. Crickets chirped, owls hooted, and the brook babbled quietly. I felt a deep calm wash over me. I wasn't lonely. I never felt that way on solo trips. I had the woods to keep me company. As darkness fell fully, I zipped up my tent and crawled inside, using my flashlight only when I needed it. I read a little in my notebook, jotting down thoughts and notes about the day. Then I turned off the light and lay back, listening to the night. The stars above were clear and bright, far from city glare. I was tired but content. Around midnight, something woke me. At first, I thought it was the cold or the usual night noises, but then I heard it again, a faint snapping sound, like a twig breaking. It was soft and distant, but close enough to make me alert. I stayed still and quiet, straining my ears. The brook was steady, the wind was calm, but the snapping sound came again, a little closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight carefully, switching it on with a soft click, and peered out of the tent. The fire was almost out, just some glowing embers. The woods were dark, shadowy, but the beam of the flashlight cut through some of the blackness. I saw nothing at first, just trees and brush. Then I caught movement. Something was moving slowly between the trees, not running or rushing, just stepping carefully. It was too dark to make out details, but the shape was tall and thin, and the slow, deliberate steps didn't match any animal I knew. No deer or raccoon moves like that. The snapping sounds were from branches breaking under heavy boots, not paws. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. My first thought was that it might be another person. That made me uneasy because this part of the forest was so remote that it wasn't common for others to be out there at night. I'd always been careful to avoid other people, but now I realized someone was nearby, moving through the woods and possibly watching me. I reached for my knife, gripping it firmly. The cold metal felt reassuring in my hand. I turned off the flashlight and waited. The snapping came again, closer. Then a few steps, pause, then the faint sound of rustling leaves. Whatever it was circling my camp, trying not to be noticed. The rational part of me tried to stay calm. Maybe it was a hunter or someone lost, but the feeling in my gut was pure fear. I knew better than to leave my tent or make a sound. I tightened the tent zipper and crouched as low as I could inside, breathing slowly, trying not to make any noise. After what felt like hours, the sound stopped. The forest went silent except for the brook and the occasional owl. I stayed awake for a long time, listening. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I woke early, still tense but needing to move. I unzipped the tent and looked around. The fire pit had been disturbed. Some of the ashes were scattered, and several twigs that had been neatly stacked were broken and strewn about. It was clear someone had been there overnight. My heart raced as I packed up quickly. I decided not to stay for the second night. The woods that had seemed peaceful and welcoming the day before now felt cold and threatening. I wanted to get out while I still could. On my way back down the trail, I noticed broken branches, footprints, and crushed leaves off the path. Signs someone had moved through the forest recently and possibly followed me. The footprints were heavy and booted, too big to be mine. I kept glancing over my shoulder, imagining someone watching, hiding behind trees. When I reached the trailhead, I was relieved to see a few cars and people milling about. I felt safer but also shaken. I called a friend and told them everything when I got back to cell range. The police suggested it might be a poacher or someone trespassing illegally, but they couldn't find anyone in the area. Looking back, I realized how close I came to a dangerous encounter. Whoever was out there wasn't just a random camper or hiker. They were watching, stalking in the dark, and possibly ready to confront me if I'd made a mistake. That experience changed how I think about camping alone. The forest is wild, but not always friendly. There are people out there who don't belong, who don't follow the rules or respect nature. And sometimes, when you're alone in the dark, it's not animals or ghosts you have to worry about. It's other people. Now, when I camp, I make sure someone knows exactly where I am. I carry a whistle and bear spray, and I stay alert every minute. The woods still call to me, but I listen more carefully to what they say. Because sometimes, silence isn't empty, it's waiting. I always liked camping alone, not because I didn't have friends or family to go with, but because something about being out there in the woods by myself made me feel clear-headed. It was quiet, away from all the noise of the world. No phones ringing, no emails, no traffic, no people talking around you when all you want is silence. I had done it more times than I could count. Different forests, different trails, different weathers. Summer was my favorite though, when the days were long and the nights weren't freezing cold. But this trip wasn't like the others. This trip made me rethink everything. I had a few days off work, and I didn't want to waste them sitting at home or binging TV shows. I wanted that peace again, the kind that only came from being out there, far from anyone. I picked a national forest in a state I won't name. It was a huge area, mostly undeveloped, and people didn't usually go there much unless they were hunters or serious hikers. It wasn't some weekend family campsite with picnic tables and marked paths. It was real wilderness, which is what I wanted. I packed up everything I needed: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, knife, bear spray, maps, first aid, everything. I had done this enough times to know what I needed. Drove out early in the morning, parked at the end of the old service road, and hiked about 10 miles into the woods. It wasn't an official trail, just a route I found online that someone else had used. I liked those the most, off-grid, barely any human signs. I wanted that feeling of being completely alone. By the time I got to the spot I had marked, it was already late afternoon. The trees were thick, tall, and the canopy above was dense enough to keep the sun from beating down. There was a little clearing just big enough for a small tent. No fire ring, no stumps, no litter. Untouched. I set up camp, took my time hammering in the stakes, checking my gear, making sure everything was where it should be. I boiled some water on my little stove, made some instant food, and sat back to enjoy the quiet. The first night was normal. I slept well. I always sleep better outdoors. Something about the cold air, the distant sounds of animals, the wind moving through the leaves. It was like a lullaby. The next day I hiked around, not straying too far, just exploring the area. I brought my compass and marked trees as I went. I didn't want to get lost. I saw a few deer in the distance, heard something moving through the brush that was probably a rabbit or a fox. Nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. But things started to feel off that second night. I don't scare easy. I'm not the kind of person who jumps at every twig snapping. But that night, as I was lying in my tent, eyes closed, I felt something change. I didn't hear anything at first. It was more like a feeling, like the way your gut tightens up when you know something's wrong. Like someone was watching me, even though I hadn't seen another person in 2 days. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Sometimes your brain gets weird when you're alone too long. Then I heard something, a crunch, not like a squirrel or raccoon moving around. This was heavier, more deliberate. I froze, holding my breath. I could hear it, slow steps, crunch, pause, crunch. Then nothing, silence. My heart was beating hard in my chest. I reached over slowly and grabbed my knife. I didn't unzip the tent. I didn't move. I just listened. Minutes passed, maybe more. I must have laid there for half an hour, trying to pick up any sound, any movement. But there was nothing else. Just wind and the normal nighttime sounds. Eventually, I forced myself to sleep. When I woke up, everything looked normal. No tracks around the tent, no signs of anything out of place. I figured maybe it was a deer or something. They can make weird noises too when they're close by. I convinced myself it was that. The next day, I went a little further out. I found an old dry creek bed and followed it for a while. The forest was beautiful in a rough, untouched kind of way. You could walk for hours and not see a single footprint or man-made thing. That's what I liked about it. But I kept thinking about those steps from the night before. It stayed in the back of my mind all day. That night, things got worse. Started the same. Lying in my tent, listening to the wind, feeling that slow drift towards sleep. But then I heard it again. Crunch, crunch, closer this time. I sat up. I didn't move fast, just slowly sat up and held my breath. I held my knife again, quietly. The steps kept coming, slow, steady, almost careful. Then they stopped right outside the tent. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I didn't breathe. The air inside the tent felt like it got thicker, heavier. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Whatever it was, it wasn't an animal. No four-legged thing moves like that. It was on 2 feet. I was sure of it. I wanted to yell, to say something, but my throat locked up. Then I heard it, the zipper. Just a tiny noise, like a finger grazing it. Not pulling, just touching it. I gripped the knife tighter, trying to keep calm. I waited, praying it would go away. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. The steps backed away, slow again. Crunch, crunch, then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally rose, I got out of the tent fast, scanned the area, looked for footprints, anything. But the ground was hard and dry. No signs, nothing. I wanted to believe maybe it was a sleep hallucination. Maybe I imagined it. But deep down, I knew I didn't. That day, I didn't go anywhere. I stayed near camp, packed my gear, ready to leave the next morning. I was too tired and too shaken to hike out just yet. That evening, right before sunset, I found something that made everything worse. It was up in the trees, maybe 30 yards from my tent. A small plastic bag, like the kind you get at a gas station, tied to a low branch. I hadn't put it there. I would have seen it earlier if it had been there before. I walked up and opened it. Inside was a crushed soda can, a used napkin, and a piece of paper. I unfolded the paper. It was blank on one side. On the other, someone had written a single word in thick black marker. Stay. That was it. I dropped the bag and looked around fast, scanning the woods. I didn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anything. But I knew someone was out there, watching me. Maybe they had been watching me since the day I arrived. Maybe they had followed me in. I didn't know, but I wasn't staying another night. I stuffed everything I could into my pack, took down the tent in record time, and started hiking out. It was already getting dark, and I knew I wouldn't make it to the car before night fell, but I didn't care. I'd sleep on the ground somewhere closer to the road if I had to. I just needed to put distance between me and that place. As I hiked, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every sound made me jump. A branch snapping, a bird flapping away, leaves rustling. I kept checking my compass, checking the map, moving as fast as I could without twisting an ankle. Night fell fast in the woods. Within an hour, it was dark. I kept going with my headlamp, eyes wide, listening to everything. At some point, I don't know exactly when, I started hearing it again. Not behind me, not beside me, ahead. Footsteps. Someone was walking on the same trail I was on, not too far up. At first I thought maybe it was an echo, but the pattern was wrong. When I stopped, it didn't, kept going. I killed my headlamp for a second. Total darkness, but I could still hear the steps. I stepped off the trail, crouched down behind a tree, and waited. The steps kept coming. Then they stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then I saw it. A small light like a flashlight waving side to side. Someone was sweeping the woods with it, looking. They were maybe 20 feet away. I couldn't see their face, just the light and the shape of a person. They stopped right where I would have been if I hadn't stepped off the path. They stood there, silent, light slowly scanning around. Then they turned and walked back the way I came. I waited. I waited a long time. When I was sure they were gone, I got back on the path and started moving again. Fast. I didn't stop. My legs were tired. My feet were sore. But I didn't stop until I saw the first sign of the service road. When I finally got to my car, it was around 3 a.m. I got in, locked the doors, and just sat there. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat there, staring at the dark trees around me. I drove straight home after that. Didn't stop to sleep. Didn't tell anyone right away. For weeks I kept thinking about it, running it over in my head. What if I hadn't woken up that second night? What if I had stayed another day? What if I hadn't stepped off the path? I'll never know who it was or what they wanted. Maybe it was some drifter living off-grid. Maybe it was someone who just liked messing with people. Or maybe it was worse than that. But I do know this, I never went camping alone again. Not after that. And I never will. It was a Wednesday when I finally left for the solo camping trip I had been planning for months. I had been wanting to get away from everything for a while. Work had been wearing me down, and I had started feeling like I couldn't breathe in the city anymore. Too many people, too much noise, and not enough time to think. I just needed some space, some quiet. I didn't tell many people where I was going. A couple friends knew I was going camping, and I gave a general area just in case, but I didn't want anyone bothering me. I turned off my phone before I even left the highway. I drove 4 hours north to a place I had seen on a hiking blog. It wasn't part of a national park or a popular camping site. It was more of a backcountry area, somewhere not many people went. The blog had described a small clearing about 5 miles from the end of a dirt road that cut off from the main highway. The directions were detailed enough, and I had saved them to my GPS before turning off my phone. I had a physical map too, just in case. The dirt road was rough. My SUV shook the whole way, and I had to slow down for deep ruts and loose gravel. There were parts where I wasn't sure I'd make it through without getting stuck. Eventually, I parked where the road ended, next to an old fallen tree that had been sawed through in the middle. I grabbed my pack from the back of the car, checked my supplies again: tent, food, water filter, knife, first aid kit, flashlight, bear spray, and set off down the overgrown trail that started just beyond the fallen tree. The hike was peaceful. It was early autumn, and the leaves were starting to change. The air was cool, and I liked the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. I didn't see a single person on the trail. After a couple hours, the path got narrower and harder to follow, but the directions from the blog were good. I counted trees, landmarks, watched for the weirdly shaped rock the writer had mentioned, and eventually found the clearing. It was perfect, just big enough to set up camp, surrounded by tall trees and brush that gave me privacy. There was a stream not too far away, and I could hear the soft running water from where I stood. I pitched my tent, rolled out my sleeping bag, and set up my little camp stove. That first night, I made some instant noodles, read a book, and listened to the wind in the trees. I felt better than I had in months. The second day, I explored. I followed the stream for a while, walking upstream through the woods. The water was clear and cold, and I used my filter to fill my bottles. I saw deer tracks in the mud and a couple squirrels jumping through the branches. I didn't go too far. I didn't want to get lost, so I kept landmarks in sight and returned to camp by mid-afternoon. I spent the rest of the day just relaxing. No sounds except nature. No cars, no phones, no people. I cooked a freeze-dried meal for dinner and went to bed early. That night was the first time I heard it. It was around midnight when I woke up. Something had snapped outside, not like a small twig under a squirrel. It was loud, like a branch being broken. I sat up and listened. First, nothing. Just the wind, maybe a bird in the distance. Then another crack. Closer. I held my breath. I wasn't sure what I was listening for, but I heard it again. Another branch, or maybe dry leaves being stepped on. It was steady, slow. I grabbed my flashlight but didn't turn it on yet. I didn't want to light up the tent and give away my position. I just sat there listening, frozen. The sounds got closer, then stopped. I waited. Nothing. I stayed up for another hour, but there was nothing else. Eventually, I lay back down and forced myself to sleep. In the morning, I figured it was an animal. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. The woods are full of noise at night. I had probably scared myself more than anything. Still, I checked the area around my camp. I looked for prints or signs of an animal but didn't find anything clear. A few scuffed leaves maybe, but nothing certain. I tried to shake it off. People get paranoid in the woods, especially alone. The third day, I stayed close to camp. I collected more water, found some dry wood for a fire, and just stayed put. I didn't want to wander too far. I spent the afternoon carving a bit of wood with my knife, just to keep my hands busy. I cooked again, ate, and went to bed before the sun went down. I was woken again that night. This time, I knew it wasn't an animal. It started with that same snapping sound, but it was closer than before. I sat up again, heart pounding. This time, I turned off my headlamp and stayed quiet, straining to hear. The steps were slower, more deliberate. Leaves crunching under boots. Human boots. Too steady for a four-legged animal. The steps circled around my tent. Not fast, just once all the way around. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then they stopped on the far side and I waited. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then nothing. The silence was louder than the steps. I didn't sleep after that. When the sun finally started to rise, I unzipped the tent and stepped out. My body was stiff from sitting so long. I looked around carefully. I didn't see anyone, but I found something I didn't like. Near the edge of the clearing, I found a boot print. It wasn't mine. I checked just to be sure. I even put my boot next to it. Different tread, larger than mine, deeper like the person was heavier. I followed them for a few steps into the woods, but they disappeared into the leaves and brush. My skin felt cold all over. I thought about packing up right then, but it was early, and I didn't like the idea of hiking out while someone else was nearby. I stayed one more night, telling myself maybe it was a hunter passing through, maybe someone camping further out. But my gut didn't believe that. That day I kept alert. I looked over my shoulder constantly. Every noise made me jump. I made sure my bear spray was clipped to my belt, and I kept my knife out while I cooked. I made a bigger fire that night, thinking it might keep animals or people away. I didn't go into my tent until it was almost completely dark. And even then, I didn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. But this time it wasn't steps. It was a sound I'll never forget. A dragging sound, slow, across the leaves. Then silence. Then another drag, like someone pulling something heavy. It was coming from the direction of the stream. I waited, frozen in the tent. The dragging stopped. Then came the steps again. Closer this time, more certain. Then silence again. I didn't hear anything else after that. But I didn't sleep. Not a second. When the sky turned gray, I packed up fast. I didn't even eat. I stuffed my gear into my pack without folding anything. I kept my knife in my hand and headed down the trail. About 10 minutes into the hike, I noticed something that stopped me cold. A piece of fabric was tied to a branch just off the trail. Red, faded. It looked like part of a shirt. Not mine. I looked around. More pieces, small, torn strips, hanging from branches, one every few feet. It was like someone had made a trail. But this wasn't part of the path I'd come in on. This was off to the side. The fabric led into the woods, away from where I needed to go. I ignored it and kept moving. But about a mile later, I found something else. A plastic water bottle, half full, lying next to the trail. Not mine. Then a sock. Then a torn backpack strap. Everything looked old, weathered, like it had been out there a while, but not too long. A few weeks maybe. I didn't touch anything. I just kept walking. Then I found the tarp. It was blue, partly buried under leaves, behind a fallen log not far from the trail. It was barely visible. I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't stopped to retie my boot. I don't know why I walked over to it. Curiosity, maybe, or instinct. I used a stick to lift the corner. Underneath were bones. Human bones. Not fresh, but not ancient either. Clothes too. Torn, dirty, faded. A boot. A piece of a sleeping bag. I dropped the stick and backed away fast. My hands were shaking. I turned and ran back to the trail, heart racing, lungs burning. I didn't stop moving. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just hiked as fast as I could. I reached my car in the late afternoon. I threw my pack in the back, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway, and even then I kept going until I reached the first gas station with a payphone. I called the police. They met me an hour later. I gave them everything, directions, the trail, the landmarks. I showed them the map and marked the place. They sent a team the next day. They found the bones, and they found more. 2 other spots nearby, hidden under brush and rocks. All human remains, all clearly placed there. They asked me questions for hours. I answered everything. I told them about the noises, the steps, the dragging sound, about the boot print, about the trail markers made of fabric. They asked me if I had seen anyone. I said no. They asked me if I thought I had been followed. I said yes. They told me I was lucky, real lucky. They never found the person responsible. I remember the trip like it happened yesterday, even though it's been over 6 years now. Back then, I was 27, living in Reno, Nevada, working part-time construction and trying to get out into nature more. I didn't have many close friends, and the ones I had were always tied up with family or work. So I did most of my outdoor stuff solo. I liked the quiet, and honestly, I felt like I needed that time alone just to reset from the chaos of regular life. It was late October, right around that time when the trees were half dead and the air stayed cold even in the sunlight. I picked a weekend where the weather forecast said it'd stay clear and dry. I packed up my truck with my usual camping gear: tent, sleeping bag, some dried food, a water filter, hatchet, flashlight, and a couple extra batteries. I threw in my Glock 2, just in case. I always carried it when I camped alone, not because I was scared of bears or mountain lions, but because people are just unpredictable. The spot I picked was in the humble Toiyabe National Forest, about 4 hours northeast of Reno. I had camped there before, but this time I wanted to go deeper. A few years earlier, I found this narrow logging road that branched off from the main trail and cut into a denser patch of forest. It wasn't on most maps, and when I followed it the first time, it ended at this open flat clearing near a dried-out creek bed. No signs of people, no fire rings, no trash. That's rare these days. I made a mental note of it and told myself I'd return someday and really spend a weekend out there alone. So that Friday, I left Reno around noon. By the time I turned off the highway and started down the dirt roads, it was already pushing 4 p.m. The sun dipped low through the tree line, and I knew I had maybe 2 hours of light left. The logging road was rougher than I remembered. Some parts were overgrown with brush, and I had to slow to a crawl so I wouldn't shred my tires on sharp rocks. I didn't see a single soul from the time I left the highway until I pulled into the clearing. That was the first sign that maybe I should have trusted my gut and turned around. Something felt off when I killed the engine. Everything just got too quiet. No wind, no birds, nothing. But I was already there, and I wasn't about to drive 4 hours back in the dark. I got out, stretched my legs, and started setting up camp. I chose a spot near the far edge of the clearing, where some tall pine trees could block a bit of the wind. I pitched the tent, laid out my sleeping bag, and set up a small fire pit. I gathered some deadfall and got a little fire going, just enough to boil some water and eat one of those freeze-dried chili packets. I didn't feel hungry, but I ate anyway. I forced it down and sat by the fire for a bit, just staring into the flames, trying to relax. As the sky turned black and the stars came out, that weird silence stayed. No night sounds at all. Usually you'd hear crickets, maybe an owl, wind moving through the branches. But there was nothing, just the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of my own movement. I didn't think too hard about it at the time. I figured it was just the season or maybe a cold front that made the animals hunker down. Still, I felt exposed in a way I hadn't felt before. Around 10 p.m., I put out the fire, climbed into the tent, and zipped it shut. I kept the Glock right beside my sleeping bag, loaded and safety on. I laid there for a while, staring at the roof of the tent. The cold crept in slow. I had a good sleeping bag rated for freezing temps, but I still felt like I couldn't get fully warm. I kept shifting, trying to get comfortable, but sleep didn't come easy. I finally dozed off sometime after midnight. I know that because I looked at my watch right before my eyes shut. 12:11 a.m. The next thing I remember was waking up to a soft crunch. It was faint but distinct, like boots stepping on dry needles. I froze. My ears strained, and my body went still under the sleeping bag. The sound came again. Asterisk crunch, crunch, asterisk, slow and steady, maybe 15 feet away. It wasn't an animal. I've heard deer move through the woods, even elk, and they have a different kind of rhythm. This was deliberate, slow, 2 feet, human. I didn't breathe for a moment. I just listened. Whoever or whatever it was, they weren't trying to be sneaky, but they weren't making a lot of noise either. I reached out slowly, feeling for the Glock. My fingers wrapped around the grip, and I just held it there, not moving. The footsteps stopped. I waited. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Nothing. I carefully unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. I didn't use my flashlight. I didn't want to give away my exact spot. The moon was high and bright enough that I could see the outline of trees, the edges of the clearing, and my truck. Nothing moved. I scanned the area, my heart pounding in my chest so hard it felt like it might echo. After a while, I told myself it could have been a tree limb falling or something settling, maybe even a raccoon. I didn't believe it, but I needed to believe it if I was going to sleep at all. I zipped the tent back up, still holding the gun, and laid there wide awake for the next 2 hours. Eventually, sleep dragged me down again. This time, I woke up to something worse. It was around 4 a.m. I know because I checked my watch as soon as my eyes opened. But what woke me up wasn't a sound, it was light. There was a faint, white glow shining through the walls of the tent. I sat up fast, confused, trying to figure out what could be casting that light. The fire was out. I hadn't brought any lanterns. My flashlight was still inside the tent, untouched. I unzipped the tent and stuck my head out. That's when I saw it. A small drone, just hovering maybe 10 feet off the ground, 20 feet away from my tent. It had a blinking red light underneath and a small white floodlight aimed down toward the ground. It floated there, totally silent except for a barely audible hum. I stayed frozen, watching it. The thing didn't move left or right, just hovered. Then, without warning, it zipped sideways behind the trees and disappeared. I didn't pack up right away. I wanted to. God knows I wanted to throw everything in the truck and get the hell out of there. But I couldn't convince myself it was anything more than a weird fluke. Maybe someone nearby had a drone and was just screwing around. Maybe they didn't even know I was there. Still, I didn't sleep again. I waited until the sun came up, then I made coffee, ate a protein bar, and walked around the area looking for tracks. I found some fresh boot prints not far from where the drone had hovered. Big prints, deep, the kind of imprint you get from someone standing in one place for a while. That was the last straw. I packed up fast. I didn't bother folding the tent. I just crammed it into the truck bed. I was out of there by 7:30 a.m. The road back felt longer than I remembered. At some point about 20 minutes in, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw something that chilled me. A man, standing right in the middle of the logging road, staring at me. He didn't wave. He didn't move. Just stood there. I kept driving. I didn't stop. I didn't turn around. I didn't even slow down. I made it back to the main road by 9 a.m. and didn't breathe easy until I saw the first town sign. I never reported it. Who would I report it to? There's nothing illegal about flying a drone. Nothing illegal about standing in a forest. But something wasn't right about that weekend. I kept thinking about those footsteps, the boot prints, the way the drone hovered right over my tent, like someone was watching. Weeks passed, then months. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been marked somehow, like someone had picked me out on purpose. I started keeping curtains closed. I bought a better home security system. I stopped camping alone. About a year later, I came across a news article buried in the local section of a Reno paper. A hunter found something strange in the same forest, near a dried creek bed. A tent ripped up and shredded. Clothing, a boot, no person. The article said the identity of the person was unknown. I knew deep down it wasn't me they found, but it could have been. It easily could have been. I've never been back since. I still get outdoors, but only to well-populated areas now. I hike with friends. I don't go off the grid anymore, because that weekend taught me something simple but terrifying. The most dangerous thing out in the woods isn't bears, or weather, or even getting lost. It's people. And some of them don't want to hurt you fast. They want to watch. They want to follow. They want to see how long it takes before you realize you're not alone out there. And when you finally do, it might already be too late. I've always loved the outdoors. There's something about the silence, the isolation, the absence of streetlights and engines that makes everything feel more real. I've been hiking and camping since I was a teenager, and now in my early 30s, I still go out every couple months, usually alone. I don't do it to escape the world, like some people say. They make it sound poetic. I just like the challenge, the survival part, figuring out my way, cooking with minimal gear, carrying only what I need. I like the control of it, the stripped-down version of life it gives me. This story happened about 2 years ago in late September. I took a week off work and drove out to a stretch of land I'd never explored before. Somewhere in the northern Rockies, far from any tourist-heavy trails. I'd done my research. There was a logging road that led out to the foot of a long ridge system that wasn't maintained or officially recognized as a trail anymore. From satellite maps, I could see rough paths left by old animal trails or maybe just old hikers like me. There were no rangers, no cabins, nothing but trees and ridgelines. That's what I wanted. I had planned to hike in, set up a small base camp, then do some day hikes along the ridges and valleys for a few days before coming back out. The drive in took longer than I thought. The dirt road was more washed out than I expected, and I had to park my truck farther down the slope than I had planned. I hiked a few miles in that first afternoon, through dense pines and uneven terrain. The air was crisp, cold enough to make my breath visible by dusk. I picked a small clearing slightly downhill from the first ridge, next to a narrow creek that wound through the rocks and down into a gully. It was remote, flat enough for a tent, and near water. I set up, made a fire, cooked rice and beans, and fell asleep to the sound of wind moving through the trees. The first day went fine. I explored the area above camp, just walking along the ridge, getting a feel for the lay of the land. No real paths, just lots of loose rock, tall trees, and the occasional game trail. There were signs of deer, hoof prints in the mud, and a few droppings, but not much else. I didn't see a single person. That's how I knew this place was good. It felt untouched. But on the second day, things started to get off. It began with something small. I woke up just before sunrise, like I always do when I camp. I boiled some water, made coffee, and started packing up my small day pack to head out for a longer hike. I noticed a branch placed across one of my boots. Just a thin branch, like from a pine tree, laid flat across the top of the boot like someone gently rested it there. That sounds dumb, I know. Not exactly terrifying, but I hadn't left the boots outside. I always tuck them just under the vestibule of the tent to keep out bugs and rain. I know I didn't place that branch there, and there weren't any trees directly over the tent. Nothing big enough to drop that size of a branch straight down. I brushed it off. Maybe it had stuck to my pack or pants the night before and fallen there by accident. I didn't like the feeling, but I told myself it was nothing. That day, I hiked about 6 or 7 miles along the ridgeline to the north. The terrain was steeper than it looked on the map, and it wore me out. There were a few times I thought about turning back early, but I pushed through. At the top of one hill, I sat and ate some jerky and an apple. I could see for miles from up there. Nothing but trees and rocky ridges, no roads, no buildings, no smoke from campsites. That's when I noticed something strange down in the trees to the east, almost directly downhill from me, tucked into a fold of the valley. It looked like a tarp, a dark green or maybe gray, like the kind used for makeshift shelters. Just a little square of it, barely visible through the gaps in the trees. I stared at it for a while, trying to figure out if it was even real. I hadn't seen any other hikers, and there weren't supposed to be any trail systems in that direction. It was too far away to make out clearly, so I didn't go down there. It was late in the day, and I didn't want to get stuck hiking back in the dark. But I marked the spot in my mind. I figured maybe I'd check it out tomorrow. When I got back to camp, the branch was gone. The same one from the morning. It had been lying near my pack when I left. I was sure of it. I remembered stepping over it. Again, it's a small thing. Could have been the wind. But the air had been still all day, and the branch was just gone. Not moved or snapped, just not there anymore. I started looking around more carefully, checking for footprints, any broken branches or signs of someone nearby. Nothing, just forest. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I wasn't scared exactly, but I didn't like the thought of someone else being out here without me knowing. Around midnight, I thought I heard something move down the slope near the creek. It was faint, just a rustle or a step on dry leaves. Could have been an animal. Probably was. I didn't sleep much. On the third day, I went back up the ridge and headed east to where I thought I'd seen that tarp. The hike was tougher than I thought. The terrain dropped sharply into the valley, and the rocks were loose and slick from old moss. I slipped once and cut my palm trying to catch myself. Nothing serious, but it didn't help my nerves. When I got closer, I couldn't see the tarp anymore. I walked in circles around the area where I thought it had been, but there was nothing. No tarp, no gear, no campsite. Just dense forest and the sound of insects. I started to think I had imagined it. I gave up after about an hour and started hiking back. That's when I found the first structure. It was nothing fancy, just a ring of rocks, blackened in the center. Fire pit, old but not ancient. There were still bits of burned wood inside, and a half-melted piece of aluminum that looked like part of a cheap cooking pot. It hadn't been used in at least a few weeks, but it wasn't overgrown or washed away. Someone else had camped here, but there were no wrappers, no gear, no footprints. Whoever it was, they had packed up and left nothing behind. Which is smart, honestly. That's how I camped too. But I still didn't like it. Not after the branch. Not after the noises. When I got back to camp, the fire pit I had made was scattered. Not just the ashes, but the actual rocks. Someone or something had kicked them out of the circle. One of the bigger rocks had been thrown into the creek. I know that because I found it in the water 10 feet away, half submerged. I hadn't done that. No animal would do that. That's when I knew for sure someone was messing with me. I packed up immediately. I still had 3 days of supplies left, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to stay out here with someone screwing around near my tent in the middle of the night. I decided to hike back to the truck, even if it meant sleeping on the trail. It took hours to climb back down through the ridge. The terrain was uneven and tiring. My legs were already shot from the earlier hike. By late afternoon, I reached the logging road again, but something was off. My truck wasn't there. At first, I thought I had gotten turned around, that maybe I had come down a different slope or taken the wrong path. But the landmarks matched. I knew the spot. I had marked it on GPS. My truck should have been right at the bend near the big white rock formation. But it was gone. I stood there for 10 full minutes trying to process it. There were no tire tracks either. Just faint impressions from when I drove in days ago, already half covered by dust and pine needles. Nothing new. No sign of another vehicle coming in. But my truck was gone. I started walking down the road, thinking maybe I'd parked farther than I remembered. But after another mile, I knew. It was gone. Someone had taken it. I didn't have cell service. I hadn't since the day I drove in. The closest town was at least 20 miles away, and even that was just a name on a map. I had no ride, no signal, and maybe a day and a half of food left. I set up camp again. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. I moved off the road about 50 yards into the trees and set up the tent behind a boulder. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't light a fire. I ate a cold meal and stayed awake most of the night, knife in my hand, listening. That night, I heard something close. Not a branch, not a step, breathing. It was just a few feet from the tent. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I lay there frozen, every hair on my body standing up. It was slow, deep breathing, human breathing. Then it stopped. I waited for what felt like an hour before I unzipped the tent and looked. There was no one there. Nothing moved. But I saw footprints in the soft dirt. Barefoot. Human. The prints circled the tent once and then disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I packed up and started walking. I followed the road for hours, hoping I'd hit a highway or a gas station or anything. Around noon, I saw smoke in the distance, and I rushed toward it. I thought maybe it was help, but it was just another fire pit. Cold, dead, abandoned. Beside it, stuck in the dirt, was one of my socks. My sock, the same color and brand I wore. Same small tear on the heel, but I hadn't lost it. It had been in my bag the night before. That's when I realized I was. I don't talk about this trip much anymore. It was a camping trip that I planned with the idea of clearing my head and stepping away from the constant noise of life, but it ended up doing the exact opposite. I came back from it with a mind more cluttered than before, and with a kind of fear that sits somewhere quiet and heavy in the back of my thoughts even now, years later. It started as a simple solo trip, I was in my early 30s, working in an office job that didn't give me much room to breathe. The lights, the deadlines, the people always talking and asking things, it had all started to feel like it was pressing down on me. I wasn't sleeping well. I was drinking too much coffee just to get through the day, and my weekends had turned into a loop of scrolling through my phone and watching TV until my eyes hurt. So I decided to get out for a while, just for a few days. No emails, no phones, no people. Just trees, dirt, and air that smelled clean. I'd done some camping before. Nothing extreme, but enough to be comfortable in the woods. I had all the gear. I picked a national forest that was a few hours' drive from home. It was big, quiet, and had miles of trails with no real development nearby. I planned to hike about 10 miles in, far off the marked paths, and pitch a tent near a small stream I found on the map. It wasn't an official campsite, no fire pits or picnic tables, just wilderness. I left on a Wednesday morning to avoid weekend crowds. I packed light but careful. Tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, a good knife, water filter, bear spray, first aid kit, flashlight, extra batteries, a map in a waterproof pouch, compass, and enough food for 4 days. I didn't tell many people where I was going, just my brother. I gave him a rough idea and told him I'd check in on Sunday night. The drive out was long but easy. I stopped at a gas station an hour from the forest to fill up the tank and grab a sandwich. The cashier made a comment about the woods being empty this time of year. That's what I wanted. Less people, more quiet. I reached the trailhead around noon. The parking area was empty except for a single old truck with mud-caked tires. I should have paid more attention to that truck. I remember the way it looked, like it had been sitting there for a while, like it belonged to someone who didn't mind being off-grid for long stretches. At the time, I just shrugged and got my pack out of the car. The trail started out easy, wide and soft underfoot, with the late summer sun filtering down through tall pines. I moved quickly, the weight of the pack comfortable on my back, my boots hitting the ground with a steady rhythm. After about 5 miles, I veered off the marked trail. I had a compass and map, and I had planned this route the week before, even double-checked it with satellite images online. There was supposed to be a flat spot near a bend in the stream that made for decent camping. That was my goal. The forest got denser once I left the main trail. The trees grew closer together. The ground became uneven with roots and rocks, and everything got quieter. I liked it. The farther I got, the less of the world I could hear. No planes, no cars, no distant hum of highways. Just birds, wind, and my own footsteps. By late afternoon, I reached the stream. It was exactly where the map said it would be, winding through the woods with clear water trickling over small rocks. I followed it for about a quarter mile until I found a flat area surrounded by trees. It wasn't a perfect clearing, but it was enough space to pitch the tent and set up camp. I spent that evening setting everything up. I boiled water, made a freeze-dried meal, and sat by the stream as the sky turned orange, then purple, then black. The stars came out sharp and clear. I lay in my sleeping bag that night listening to the sounds of the woods. Nothing strange, just owls, crickets, the occasional rustle of small animals. I fell asleep with a kind of peace I hadn't felt in months. The next morning, I woke up early and made some instant coffee. I had planned to spend the day exploring the area around the stream, maybe follow it farther to see where it went. I left my tent up and took a small day pack with water, snacks, and my knife. I marked my spot on the map in case I got turned around. I walked upstream for a few hours. The forest here was thicker, darker, and the ground was softer underfoot, like it had soaked up years of rain and moss. Around noon, I stopped to eat, sitting on a flat rock near the water. That's when I first noticed it, the sense that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't anything obvious, just a feeling like the silence had changed. The birds weren't chirping anymore. There was no wind, no bugs buzzing past my ears. It was like the woods had paused around me. I waited, listening. I held my breath and tried to hear anything. Branches moving, leaves rustling, water splashing. But there was nothing, just stillness. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just being jumpy. I'd seen movies, read stories. Silence wasn't always a sign of danger. Sometimes animals just quieted down. Maybe a fox was nearby, or a hawk overhead, but I didn't see anything. I kept walking. Another mile, maybe. Then I saw the clearing. It wasn't marked on the map. It looked out of place, too open, too flat. The trees around it were thinner, and the ground was cleared of brush. There were no stumps or fallen branches, just grass and a few old rocks. Something about it felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just wrong, like it didn't belong in the middle of all this thick forest. I stepped into it and looked around. The ground was dry, packed tight. There were faint tire tracks in the dirt, like someone had driven something through here a long time ago. Faint boot prints too, but they were old, not fresh. I walked slowly to the center of the clearing and crouched down, brushing my hand over the dirt. That's when I found the first thing. A small metal object half buried under a rock. I dug it out. It was a rusted key. No chain, no tag, just a key old and scratched. I stood up and looked around again. Then I noticed the trees. They had markings on them. Not carvings, but something painted. Red excess, small and faded, like they had been there for years. Each tree around the clearing had one. 12 trees, 12 excess. I backed out of the clearing. Something about it made me feel like I was trespassing, like I had stepped into a place I shouldn't be. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anyone, but I had the strongest feeling I wasn't alone. I started back the way I came, moving faster now, checking over my shoulder. Every now and then, I thought I heard something, twigs snapping behind me, leaves shifting. But when I stopped and looked, there was nothing, just the woods. I got back to camp around 4 p.m. and packed up my gear. I didn't want to sleep out there again, not after finding that place. I decided to hike back toward the trailhead and find somewhere closer to the marked path to camp. Something about being that deep in the woods felt wrong now. Not unsafe from animals or weather, unsafe from people. I hiked a few miles before dusk and found a spot just off the main trail. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than staying near the clearing. I ate a quick dinner and kept my flashlight close. I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound felt louder. Every shadow looked wrong. The next morning, I headed back to the parking area. I didn't stop to eat. I just kept walking, fast and steady. When I reached the trailhead, I felt this huge wave of relief. My car was still there, but the old truck was gone. That didn't make sense. It had looked like it had been there for a long time. Tires half sunk in the mud, dust all over the windows. But now it was gone, and there were fresh tire marks in the dirt, pointing away from the lot. I got in my car and drove home without stopping. I didn't even eat until I was back in my apartment. I locked the door, took a shower, and sat on the couch in silence. I couldn't stop thinking about that clearing. The markings, the key, the silence, the feeling of being watched. Over the next few weeks, I tried to move on. I told myself it was all in my head, just a weird place in the woods, nothing more. But then I started looking into it. I went online, started reading about old forest clearings, illegal hunting camps, abandoned cabins. Most of it was boring, but one thread caught my eye. A guy had posted about strange clearings in national forests, places with no clear purpose, no history on maps, just open spaces with weird markings. He said some of them had been used for things people didn't want found, illegal dumping, backwoods fights, even old cult rituals. That last part sounded like fiction, but I kept reading. Someone in the comments mentioned finding a key in a spot like that, just like I had. I messaged them, asked them what they found. They didn't answer. A week later, their account was gone. I still have the key. It's in a drawer in my nightstand. I don't know why I keep it. I've thought about throwing it away, but something always stops me. I haven't gone back to that forest. Haven't camped since. I still hike, but never alone. Never off trail. I don't know what that place was, who made it, what the markings meant, but I know how it felt. I know I wasn't supposed to be there, and I know that truck. It started with a simple plan. Take a few days off work, load up my pack, and go camping alone to clear my head. I'd done it a few times before, nothing extreme, just heading out into the woods with a tent, stove, and a few supplies. I always stuck to marked trails, checked the weather, and let someone know where I was going. I was careful, not reckless. But this time I got too comfortable, too confident. That mistake nearly got me killed. I decided to go upstate, about 4 hours from home. There was a state forest with a large network of trails, some well-traveled, some barely used. My plan was to follow a loop that would take me around a lake, then deeper into the woods where I could camp for 2 nights before circling back. I parked at the ranger station, checked in, and hit the trail by noon. The first few miles were quiet and uneventful. It was early fall, so the leaves were turning and the air was cool but not cold. I could smell damp earth and dead leaves with every step. My pack was heavy, but I was used to it. I followed the orange trail markers along the main path, occasionally stopping to sip water or adjust my straps. I didn't see another person all day, which was perfect. That was what I wanted, solitude. I set up camp just before dusk, about 10 miles in. It was a flat spot near a small creek, and I pitched my tent beneath some tall pines. I cooked a simple meal on my stove, wrote a few notes in my journal, and climbed into my sleeping bag early. I slept deeply, waking only once when a raccoon knocked something over outside. I didn't even bother getting up. I just rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, I packed up and continued on the trail. My goal was to reach a ridge I'd read about in a guidebook. From there, I'd have a clear view of the forest and the lake far below. The path was steeper now, and the trees were denser. I followed the markers carefully, checking my map at each junction. Around midday, I reached a fork in the trail. The orange blazes continued left, but I noticed a faint path veering off to the right. It wasn't on my map, but it looked walkable. There were broken branches pushed aside, and I could see boot prints in the dirt. Someone else had taken it recently. I figured maybe it was a shortcut, or maybe just an unofficial trail not listed in the guidebook. I stood there for a minute, then made a decision I'd regret for the rest of my life. I turned right. The trail started off easy enough, flat, with fewer rocks than the main path. It weaved through tight clusters of birch and ash, the canopy darker here. After maybe a mile, though, it got harder to follow. The ground became soft and muddy, and the underbrush grew thick. I had to step over fallen logs and push branches out of my way. The boot prints vanished, and there were no blazes on the trees. I should have turned back then. I should have gone back to the main trail and stuck to the plan. But I didn't. I told myself I could find my way, that it was just a temporary detour. I kept moving forward. The trail narrowed to a single line in the dirt, then disappeared completely. By then, I was too far in to be sure how to get back. I looked at my GPS, but the trees were too thick and the signal was weak. The dot showing my location jumped around the screen. The map still showed me somewhere near the lake, but not on any marked trail. I decided to keep heading uphill, thinking I'd reach the ridge and get my bearings. I hiked for another hour, maybe more, until the ground leveled out and the trees thinned. There was no ridge, no view, just more forest. I stopped to eat a protein bar and drink some water. That's when I noticed the pain in my left ankle. It wasn't sharp, but it was there, tight and sore. I must have twisted it on a root or rock without realizing. I walked a bit more, and it began to swell. I wrapped it with a bandage from my kit, but I knew it would only get worse. The sun was getting lower, and the forest was turning that dusky shade of gray and gold. I needed to stop and set up camp. I found a small clearing, barely enough space for my tent, and laid out my gear. Everything felt off. The silence was heavier than usual, and the forest around me felt tighter, like it was pressing in. I didn't hear birds or wind, just the occasional creak of a branch or distant rustle in the undergrowth. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I set up the tent. I forced myself to eat, even though I wasn't hungry. My stomach felt tight, and my nerves were creeping in. I told myself to relax, that I'd find the trail in the morning. I tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the edge of the clearing. Every crack or pop in the distance made me flinch. I zipped myself into the tent early, hoping sleep would come fast. Didn't. I lay awake for hours, staring at the nylon ceiling. I kept hearing things, soft movements just outside, twigs snapping, dry leaves shifting. A couple of times I thought I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate. But when I held my breath and listened hard, the sounds stopped. Maybe it was just animals, maybe my mind playing tricks on me. Either way, I didn't sleep more than a few broken hours that night. By morning, the pain in my ankle was worse. It had stiffened overnight, and it throbbed when I put weight on it. I wrapped it tighter and took painkillers, but I knew I couldn't hike far. I checked the GPS again, still useless. My compass pointed south, so I figured I'd try to head that way, back toward the lake. I moved slowly, limping through the underbrush, trying to follow any kind of path. The forest was dense and uneven. I slipped once going downhill and banged my knee. It was nothing serious, but it rattled me. The forest looked the same in every direction. I couldn't even tell if I was making progress. I stopped by a fallen log to rest. As I sat there, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A piece of fabric hanging from a branch, gray, torn, and sun-bleached. It looked like a shirt or jacket. I hobbled over to it, pulled it down, and turned it over in my hands. It was old and faded, maybe from years of exposure. Below the branch, partly buried in leaves, was an old, rusted camp stove. I stood frozen for a long time. My mind went wild. Had someone else gotten lost here? How long ago? Why had they left their gear? Where were they now? I didn't want to stay there. I shoved the fabric in my pack, why, I don't know, and kept moving. Every few steps, I thought I heard something behind me. I would stop, turn, and stare into the trees. Nothing, just forest. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I was being watched. I was sure of it. Around midday, I came to a small clearing with a circle of rocks in the middle, an old fire pit. There were burned logs around it, black with ash, and some rusted cans tossed nearby. It looked like someone had camped there years ago. I checked the area, half hoping to find another trail, but there was nothing, just more trees. I didn't want to stop, but my ankle was killing me. I sat down and drank some water, tried to calm my breathing. That's when I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a cough, dry, quiet, and close. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I scanned the trees in every direction. Nothing. No movement, no shapes, no shadows. Just the forest. I waited a few minutes, heart pounding in my ears, then forced myself to move. I grabbed my pack and headed downhill, dragging my bad leg behind me. I didn't care where I ended up. I just wanted out. I pushed through brambles, slipped in mud, fell twice. My hands were scraped and dirty, my legs shaking. Eventually, I hit water, a narrow stream maybe 2 feet wide, trickling between mossy rocks. I followed it, hoping it would lead to the lake or another trail. I kept moving, one foot in front of the other, trying not to think about the cough or the fabric or the campfire. As the light faded, I found another clearing and set up camp. I didn't eat.
I barely drank.
I lay in my tent, holding my knife, every muscle in my body tensed. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I heard voices, far off but real, human. I shouted until my throat hurt. I scrambled uphill, waving my arms, screaming. I don't know how I found them, 2 hikers on the main trail just half a mile away. They stared at me like I was a ghost. I must have looked like hell, muddy, bruised, limping, wide-eyed. They helped me to the ranger station. From there, I was taken to the hospital. Nothing was broken, just a sprain and dehydration. The ranger asked me where I'd gone off trail, and I tried to explain. I showed him the fabric I'd found, but he just shook his head. He said people go off trail more than they realize. Some never make it back. I haven't gone camping since. I think about it sometimes, those few days in the woods, the trail that wasn't on the map, the feeling of being watched, the cough. Maybe it was another hiker, maybe not. All I know is I made it out, barely, and I'll never go back. I grew up camping. My father took me out almost every summer since I was old enough to walk. We'd hike deep into national forests, pitch our tent by some remote creek, and spend 3 or 4 nights out there with no phones, no people and no roads nearby. It stuck with me into adulthood, and even after he passed, I kept the habit. I liked the silence. I liked that nobody could bother me. Some people find it lonely. For me, it felt like the only place I could breathe properly. This story happened 3 summers ago, early June. I remember the exact weekend because it was just after my 31st birthday. I had just come off a rough breakup. We'd been living together and it ended messy. I needed to get away from everything. My job, the apartment, the noise of the city. I packed my gear, filled the cooler, and drove out toward a spot I'd only visited once before. It was up in the White River National Forest in Colorado. Not one of the popular campgrounds with families and RVs. This was deeper. You had to hike in at least 7 or 8 miles with no marked trail. Just old forestry roads and game paths, mostly overgrown. I parked at a pull-off near a washed-out fire road around 2 in the afternoon. Weather was clear. Blue sky, no wind, maybe 70 degrees. I locked my truck, tossed my pack on my back, and started the hike. I carried my tent, a bare canister with food, a camp stove, and a small axe strapped to the side of my pack. I also brought my knife, always do, and a Glock 19 in a side holster. Not for animals, really. I'd never had to use it. But when you're alone in the woods, the real risk isn't a bear or a mountain lion. It's people. The hike-in took just under 3 hours. I passed a couple old hunting blinds and what looked like a rusted-out deer stand halfway up a ridge. The forest was dense, with pine and aspen trees packed tight along the hillsides. But the area opened up at the top of a sloping hill near a narrow creek. That's where I set up. No sign of recent human traffic, no trash, no boot prints, no chopped wood. That's always something I look for. If someone's been there recently, I keep moving. I want my space. This place felt untouched. I pitched my tent just above the creek, close enough to hear the water but far enough not to get wet if it rained. I cleared a fire ring with some stones, gathered wood from the fallen limbs nearby, and got a small fire going before dusk. I cooked a simple meal, rice and beans with some sausage, and sat by the flames while the light faded through the trees. Felt good. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but out there, with the breeze in the trees and the crackle of the fire, I felt my body finally relax. That first night was uneventful. I slept deep, woke once to pee around 3 a.m. and stood outside the tent for a few minutes, watching the stars. No sounds, no animals, no wind, just quiet, almost unnaturally so. But that happens sometimes in deep woods. The silence gets heavy. I climbed back in and slept until around 7. The next morning, I made coffee with the camp stove and walked a few hundred yards up the creek to wash my face. Saw some deer tracks, but nothing else. I spent most of the day hiking around the ridges nearby, just exploring. The area was remote, heavily wooded, no signs of other hikers. Around mid-afternoon, while I was walking back toward camp from the North Ridge, I noticed something strange. A tree had been cut clean through about chest height, not broken by wind, not chewed by beavers. A clean cut, almost like a chainsaw, but more ragged, as if done with a dull hand saw. It wasn't fresh, maybe a few weeks old, and there was no real reason for it. It wasn't blocking a trail or felled for firewood. It just lay there in the brush, surrounded by untouched trees. Put me a little on edge. Not a huge deal by itself, but like I said, I hadn't seen any sign of people. And it was far from the road, way too far to haul gear in just to cut down a tree. I moved past it and got back to camp around 5. Firewood was still stacked. Tent untouched. Nothing seemed off. That second night, though, I didn't sleep quite as well. I kept waking up to small noises. Nothing obvious. No crashing through the woods. Just twigs snapping in the distance and the occasional rustle of underbrush. I told myself it was just animals. Maybe a raccoon, maybe deer moving around at night. But it didn't feel random. Felt paced, like something circling. I kept the gun unholstered and set it beside my sleeping bag. Around 2:30 that night, I heard something that made my skin crawl. A single, slow footstep on dry leaves. Heavy. Human. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from my tent, coming from the direction of the creek. Then nothing. Just silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I listened so hard my ears hurt. Nothing for maybe 5 minutes. Then another step. Closer. Still slow. Still deliberate. I didn't have a flashlight on. I didn't want to alert anything or anyone that I was awake. I reached slowly for the Glock and waited. No more steps. Just silence. I sat like that for at least 20 minutes. Then whatever it was started moving away back toward the creek. Still no lights. No voices. Just soft movement through the brush. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching the gun, waiting for it to come back. It never did. When the sun rose, I got out and checked the area. No footprints. The leaves were too thick for clear prints, but there were signs something or someone had passed through. Twigs snapped, ferns pushed down. A faint trail heading toward the creek, but it faded quickly. I should have packed up then and there, but part of me didn't want to seem paranoid. To come all the way out here, I didn't want to scare myself out of it, so I stayed. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear walking oddly. I've heard them do that. Step quiet, sniff around, then back off. It's rare but possible. That afternoon I stayed close to camp, kept the fire going longer than usual, made noise, let whatever it was know I was still there and not asleep. That night I didn't sleep at all. I lay in the tent with my boots on, bag unzipped, gun in hand. Around midnight, the noises started again. Same as before. Soft movement, slow steps. Only this time it came from a different direction. Up the slope behind the tent, not from the creek. Still slow, still deliberate. I didn't dare unzip the tent. I didn't want to give myself away. It moved around for nearly an hour, circling, sometimes getting closer, sometimes stopping altogether. No flashlight, no sound of breath or voice. I kept thinking, no animal does this. Animals don't move like that. They don't circle you that long without making more noise. And they sure as hell don't come from one side one night, then the other the next. When dawn came, I waited for full light, then burst out of the tent and checked again. Still no footprints, but I found something worse. A stone, about the size of my fist, set carefully in the center of my fire pit. The fire was dead, but someone or something had come close enough to place it there. Not tossed, not dropped, placed. I hadn't put it there. That was it. I packed my gear in less than 20 minutes, stuffed everything haphazard into the bag, and left the rest. Some food, firewood, even the axe. I strapped the gun to my chest and started the hike out. Fast. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't look back. Every 10 minutes I'd stop, listen, scan the trees. Nothing followed that I could see, but I felt it. That same pressure, that same silence, trailed me the whole way. When I reached the truck, I unlocked it without hesitation, threw the pack in, and peeled out. I didn't stop until I hit cell service near Glenwood Springs. I pulled over in a gas station, locked the doors, and just sat there shaking. I never went back to that area again. I told a ranger about it a week later, left out the part about the footsteps, just said I thought someone was living out there, maybe squatting. He said they'd check it out, but I never heard back. To this day, I don't know what it was. I don't have a neat answer. Could have been a survivalist. Could have been someone watching the trails. Maybe even another camper who didn't want me there. But that doesn't explain the silence, or the circling, or how careful they were. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was just a person. But that's what made it worse. Because people can wait, and people can plan.